Good evening. My thing was being a bit weird then. Okay. You know how it is. I just want to click around a little bit and try something. Okay, so... Right. So, how are we doing? Let's have a quick... I know you can't see it, so bear with me a second. All I'm doing is quickly checking how near the bottom I am. There you go. I really need to do some pricking, don't I? It also looks to be at a bit of an angle. Yeah, I definitely need to do some pricking. Because that will come all too fast. That will come definitely all too fast. And we will suffer if we are not ready. So let's pin that down for the moment. So, we didn't do too well yesterday. I was very much struggling. I did hear something very funny today. I can't really share it, but needless to say, I found it funny. Now, it's not a funny thing, it's one of those, if I explained it to you, it almost certainly wouldn't be funny. But to me, due to various reasons, it is funny. So I actually cracked a really good smile as a result today. Because, well, this was worth it. So let me try and sort out this bobbin a little bit, because it's not kind of plain bolt. So you get to go over there. I also, for those who are interested, did a good thing today and cleaned the floor in my kitchen. Now, this does not sound a lot, and technically, no, it's not a lot, but I hadn't realised how bad it had got, and my new carpet cleaner made pretty much short work of it. The only thing I am a little concerned about is just how much water this carpet cleaner gets through. So, for example, if you buy a normal household carpet cleaner that looks a bit like an upright hoover kind of thing, you fill up like 3-4 litres, maybe even 5, and it does your entire sitting room. This almost takes 5 to 8 to do a patch that's a metre square. So you don't have to chew through it, and therefore, as a result, would also chew through the cleaning material. The I won't say specialist cleaning material, but the cleaning material. There were a lot of things that I could have done differently when I cleaned the kitchen floor, such as used hotter water, but I didn't. I used cold water, and instead of using floor cleaner, I just used a small amount of disinfectant, as if I was just kind of cleaning up a casual thing. Holy crap, the water. It looked like half a field. It was almost slurry. It was that bad. So I was really surprised because, I mean, it didn't look that bad. So clearly it does do its job pretty well. I'm not going to say I've finished the kitchen floor, but I have turned all of the bits that... Because my kitchen floor's got little squares like this on it, and it's not individual squares, they're just like squares in the pattern. I need to turn something down on my computer because this dude's off on it. He does this. Every so often he kind of screams into his microphone and my ear kind of bleeds a little. But yeah, it is kind of interesting. Because these little squares, as I say, it's basically like fuzzy felt with a rubber backing, the flooring in there. And the little squares on it had kind of... They're all kind of darker greens and browns. And so as a result, you know, they're not the most discernible in pattern sense, right? In that it doesn't take much for them to start kind of blending into each other a bit, and they've begun to blend a little bit, so hence I thought I'd try my new carpet cleaner on the kitchen, because it is one of the easiest carpets to clean because it has the rubber backing. So you can literally chuck a bucket of water over it, leave it for a couple of hours, come back, and it wouldn't be a problem. Whereas obviously if you do that to normal carpet, it's a problem, because obviously the carpet's not designed for that, and depending on the flooring underneath, well, you could be leaving it to rot. I've also worked out why I could smell something funny. Now, it wasn't the kitchen carpet, as you might be believing at this point, although I did feel it had a possibility, was that somehow the kitchen kind of felt floor. It's like lino with a hint of felt on top of it. It really is. Anyway, I had thought that it could be, you know, maybe something that the dog puked on it or something, and that I hadn't seen it because it was overnight, and by morning it was kind of invisible because they'd licked the worst of it off or something, because dogs do that. So as a result, I was beginning to think it was that. Turns out this was not the case. And I don't quite get why it was having the effect that it was having, but it was, so we go with it. I have one of those random, well, it's not randomly, but every so often squirts a squirt into the air to help it smell nice. The top had come off, and obviously either when I put it in, I completely brain farted. It's been that way for a while. And obviously, let's say I'm going to guess the smell... Oh, blimey! Hello! Hello, hello. Welcome, thank you for the raid. I was just explaining how I successfully have tracked down a curious smell that has been bothering me for a few days now. And it turns out it was my squirty air thing. I think when I put it in, somehow I didn't include the bit that makes it a mist. So I think the liquid was running down inside the insides, and they were kind of, I don't know, fusing the device or something. Anyway, I found I have made it squirt now, and now everything smells nice. So that's a bit of a relief, because that smell was beginning to annoy me. I was beginning to think it was me. A bit like when you've got a bit of a nose infection coming, and you constantly think you can smell something, and you can. Yeah, it's your nose. One of those kind of problems, but it wasn't me, so that was good. So yes, welcome to the channel, where we talk crap, primarily, while making some lace. Because, well, what do you talk about, really? So yes, if you do have questions, do feel free to ask. And I'll do my best to answer. There are an awful lot, and there is one lady, especially on YouTube, who makes a heck of a lot of short videos about lace making, and well, she kind of annoys me actually, and she shouldn't. I mean, it's definitely a me thing, but she annoys me because she talks like she is the world's leading authority in it, and kind of often it comes over as a bit of a flex. So one of her videos is, well, here's a thing in a museum, right? And I learnt how to do this from this obscure woman in France, and I'm not going to show me doing it, anyone else doing it, or talk about it. I'm just going to flex that I've been to some random obscure part of France that I'm not going to tell you where it was, so you may look to see if you can go. And it just comes over as rich girl flex. So, Elena, I think her name is. Often pink. It's probably the same one. She does do a lot of videos. And it's not, I think she's a bad person, and I don't want to hate on her, but I find it infuriating when anybody kind of goes, well, I can do that. Right? How? I'm not going to tell you. Well, then why did you bring it up? You know? What were you actually making the video about? If all you really do is go, I know something you don't, ha ha ha, you know. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look wrong. It doesn't look overly right either. Because you would go that way. Okay, maybe. So this is a kind of lace called torsion, which primarily is something you learn as a beginner, but that doesn't mean that it is not of any value. It's just one of the more easy to follow kind of patterns. Now I did contemplate doing this in a different style. Same pattern, different style. But the problem was, and I'm sure you'll understand this, I am making 7 1 meter long strips. And we started off making kind of like the edge side, so it was, I've got it around here somewhere, but it was kind of like this much of the edge, as a bit of a test to see what we thought. And we were doing really well, it looked pretty good, I was enjoying it, I was kind of going, yeah, it'll be great. And there is a reason why I wanted to do this. For the exact reason that this woman was annoying me with her, I went to some obscure French village and learnt some technique that, and all the rest of it. I had to work out the technique for myself without anything really to look at. And it works best with a different style. But we don't have that kind of option. because, as I said, when we tried another style, or a style that would suit said join, my marbles were too frayed for that. Now, I'm looking behind me for something. Hang on. I shall show you what I'm banging on about. So, I am making a strip. I'm going to make 7. I know this is 6, but this is the width of my window. And I'm going to make a 7th just to even it out. But this is the width of my window. And here was me experimenting. We experimented with the motifs. As you can see, they're all different, especially at this end. And some joints. And I knew that this was a gar when I got to here. And it looked really great until I washed it, and then it kind of shrank into this bold. But the bold kind of works, so if I'd been stuck with that, that was cool. This was the next version of the join I did. And again, it's not bad, but the reason it looks a bit weird is that you can see like this O-ring effect down here. This is because I only did the sewing kind of in one direction. When I did it in the other directions, so I did it up and down, or down and then up, whichever way I did it, doesn't really matter. As you can see, there are actually sections where it is absolutely invisible. Now, it's technically not absolutely invisible, because for each of these little loops that you make down the side, they're 2 threads twisted together. If I could have stuck with this other style, this would have been a single thread, and you would then have made the 2nd thread by doing the sewing. With this, you add a 3rd thread, so it is always, as you can kind of just make out here, slightly bold. But there's no way to do it so that it is only 1 thread with this style, which is a little irritating. It would have been nice if we could have done a single thread, because then it would be invisible, because you would make the 2nd thread with your sewing needle. Now, I had the internet vote on which of the motifs we would use, and frankly the internet is a very boring place, for we opted for what I class, which is 1 and 2, which was this one and this one, right? Hence that's what we're doing. So out of all the other ones that caught my eye, and I thought, that could work. Yeah, the first 2. Really, how boring. But, personally, I was kind of hoping to go with these 2. And I know it's my curtain, and I could have said to it all. But, to be honest, I'm really not that bothered. I just think that these 2 could have been quite nice, because this stands out quite a lot. This blends a bit more, but this is super really easy to do. I mean, wailingly, infinitely easy to do. And if I zoom in on it, hang on, scroll it down a bit, you'll see that it looks a lot like cloth, but really, really open. So normally in lace making, when you do cloth stitch, it comes out looking more like these surrounds here, where they look quite dense, because you take a pair and you go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and backwards. Hello, net kisser. Hello, hello, hello. But as you can see, like here on the Isaron, it's quite dense. But this is quite open, so very net curtainy, but would create a interesting shadow, I feel. So, another day perhaps, because, well, I'll finish this one eventually. So, right, let me put this away, because that's the thing. How are you, Net Kisser? by the way, is my voice... Can you actually hear me? This is the question. I assume so. See what this... You can move the camera yourself. I put silly commands in. But yes, not... Well, I can move the camera up a bit. It doesn't go up a lot more. That's as far as it goes. But it doesn't show you a huge amount because, if I slide it forward, it's round, a little doody-doo. So we're working on, I believe, as it says in the thing, we've done 15 inches. And it is just repeats of the same motif, 2 motifs, so alternating bigger and smaller. So the pattern is somewhat repetitive, and all that. So yes, I built in camera commands so that you can zoom in and zoom out and do things, so that I can keep doing what I do while you play with it. Thank you. I think the plan is that obviously there'll be strips, and so obviously because I've got 2 alternating bigger and smaller. The idea will be is, let's say this is strip number 1. It will go 1 2 1 2 1 2 1, right? So it will start on a 1 and end on a 1, so it'll be symmetrical, which is why, although I only need 6 strips, it will be 7 strips wide, because why I originally only wanted to make it as wide as the actual window pane. I'm going to make it slightly wider to accommodate the extra width, because let's face it, it's only 1 inch and a bit either side. It's really not, it's less than the width of the wood. It's not like it won't fit. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Having worked out a way to join it in a satisfactory method. Uh, you know, it's it is one of those strange things, I think, in that, I mean, when we started with the squares, and so the squares look like this. Hang on, I can do you a picture of the square. Hang on. Uh, So when the squares look like this, and the idea was that I was going to make 18 of them and join them all together, and I made 9, so I've got half a window. Um, but they took so much longer. I cannot explain to you why, but they took so much longer. They took a lot longer, and obviously they've got a flat edge, which means when you join them together, well, there'll be 2 flat edges joined together. It will really, 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 really show. The sewing that we're planning doing for this, I mean, it will show, but it will not scream across the mountains, right? It won't look like. It will look like there's something there, but it won't scream necessarily, I got sewn together and I was made of individual patches. Also, as you can possibly tell from the picture, I'm not so good at joining the squares together at the end, because you join along the diagonal and frankly it shows. So the advantage with this is you start at the bottom, you finish at the bottom, and you can put tape on the end to hide the end. So you almost can make a complete hash of the start and finish, and it won't matter. So yeah, that's my plan. You are about to hit ads in 2.5 minutes, by the way, just so you know. So yeah, so I just got to reply to this text message. Bear with me a second. So probably by the time it comes into ads, but yeah, it is. I'm not a lace person, and for me that obviously creates a small problem because my ability to want to make is significantly greater than ever my need to use. I have no use for lace whatsoever because, well, yes, I could make bookmarks, but I read on a Kindle. I could make it for my clothes, except I don't wear anything that would even remotely suit having lace on it. I'm only wear men's clothes because it's cheaper. A net curtain was the only thing I could think of that I'd actually use. So, kind of stuck really, because my ability to want to make is definitely bigger than my ability to use because I've only got so many windows. Don't really want to spend years making windows. So yes, I do apologise for this because I haven't spoken to this person for a very long time. Um, So, add time. drink before I started. Oh, been sitting on my foot again. Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I do. I don't tend to stream them, but I spin, weave, knit, crochet, and I can sew. I have been teaching myself tatting, so that's my effort in tatting. Loom weaving. I do band weaving, normal weaving, and draw loom weaving. Which ones have you got? The table looms are really quite easy to repair. They are very forgiving. The floor loom is slightly less forgiving, but it's just mainly because it's a jack loom. But oh, okay. Oh, they're not too bad. They're not hard to repair. That's not too bad. Yeah, funnily enough, I grew away from the Ashford inkle loom because, let's face it, the inklet's only it's the same thing, it's just shorter. And I now have a loom made by a UK guy. I'd have to dig out the name of his company, it's been a while. But he makes a number of other things, but he makes an inkle loom And on his looms, you get holes to screw the pegs into, so you can adjust them and move them. So that works really well with if you're doing tablet weaving, so that, you know, if you run out of, because obviously tablet weaving reduces length a lot more than standard ankle weaving. You can move a peg round a bit and, you know, make it longer, shorter in one place, and so that you can give your tension peg a lot more space. But also it means you don't have to have pegs in the way if you're not using them, which is great because that often helps. But yeah, what is his name? Because he's a really nice guy. Hang on, let me look it up. I think he's on Etsy, but he's also got a. He's also got a. Oh, I'm terrible with names sometimes. There he is. There he is. So this is the guy. He does ship worldwide, so wherever you are. But he makes inkle looms, and yeah. Yeah, he's he and I have had many conversations. I think he started making inkle looms because I suggested it. He certainly made the little one after I suggested it, and made some design changes after some discussions with me about how it would be easier if, you know. And I got a. And in fact, one of the pictures on there is actually my picture, so. Pile of inkle looms. you asked about weaving. So, for example, I made this. It was going to be a tea towel, but I messed up the density, so it's a bit thick. But it's absolutely great as a cloth in general. I've got quite a few varying different patterns on them. But yeah, so how yes, I definitely do other things. I just don't tend to stream them because I don't want to be in it. That's what my friend said. Strange email. Whatever. Right. Might actually be from Microsoft. Says I need an app password. Whatever. Just making them all a bit longer to stop them trying to disappear off down the Gulf of Mexico between the roller and the pillow. Because that gets annoying. So does this when bobbin doesn't want to play. Describing the thread is really hard. Round a little bit. Make it a bit longer. You do spend a lot of time doing this. And it's not that they need to be absolutely equal, although in an ideal world that would help. Because part of the reason is that when you're manipulating them, because you pick up the bobbins, you don't pick up the threads. Although the bobbins are purely there just to hold threads, if you've got one like this, it's really hard because this will then snag on the threads, so you do kind of need them to be of similar length, otherwise you just lose your marbles. And speaking of which, I need to check that I've freed everything, and now roll up my roll. There we go. It's a bit close in fact. Also, I am going to make an executive decision in that I am going to take out that pin and that one. There are a couple of lower ones. Actually, let me just pop this in here. You'll find out what I'm doing in a minute. It'll make a bit more sense. I'm going to put this over the top so that it doesn't catch on the pins, and then take this off. Don't pin this down in fact with the big pins because that could be useful. Then roll this back over here so you can see what it looks like. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it so I change the direction of which way it's rolled, so that I want it to go that way. Because that will encourage it down from where it is and underneath. That it won't be pulling the lace up. Actually, I want it down just a tiny bit. There. If I get my fingers behind it, there we go. That's that sorted. What a palaver. Oh, time for a bit more drink. overheat in my jumper. But, as those who come here regularly will know, there's quite a bit of wildlife around here. And they like coming and poking at me. Especially, I call them flies. It might not always be flies, but it's often flies and things. I mean, there's quite a lot of moths. We get quite a lot of moths. But they don't tend to come along. But the flies seem to come along and go and fly off again. And literally, it's kind of like, and fly off. I almost hear them. I swear there's like some, I'll give you 20 quid if you go flicker kind of thing up on, fly Facebook or whatever it is. No, I'm aware flies do not have Facebook. But it kind of feels that way. Yeah. The problem is this light is brighter. So if I'm just watching TV, they tend to go to the TV, or they tend to go to my force field of doom, as Bailey rightly points out. I have a electronic fly swatter tennis racket thing, and it goes off like a cracking whip when it kills them, for which I smile internally a lot, because chances are it was something that was picking on me and I'm in a mood with it, so good riddance. You started it, I finished it, kind of deal. But during the day, yeah, they don't go for it. Yes, I did. We designed it on stream, in fact. If you look through my socials, you will find YouTube, and all my past streams are on there. I mean, it is not exactly entirely taxing, although the application that I made it in, since making the pattern, and I've got hold of a newer version, because although it had check for new version and always told me I had the latest, it lied. And when I contacted them and went, hey, I found out there's a newer version of the one I'm using, they went, oh yeah, you can download it here. Why didn't you tell me that? Because for a while I'd been sending in a ton of bug reports, and at no point had they checked which version I got. All they kept kind of doing was yeah, that's a shame, but it doesn't work. Yeah, that's a shame. But it's really awkward. Yeah, that's a shame. And so they hadn't fixed a single bug as far as I've known. But funnily enough, got the new version, and there's actually a YouTube video solely dedicated to my peeves of Lace 8, which is the application I used. I'm not going to say they aren't true anymore, but a large number at least are different now. And when you've butted heads with it for a while, you'll understand that sometimes different is good. It may not be fixed, but it's just different is good. You do things like you can set, you have let me show you actually, it'll be easier. Because one of the things that it did was really, 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 really pants. So if I do that, you should now see my Lace 8 program, right? Yep, you do. That's a good thing. So you can click on this little bit up here in the top left hand corner, and you should possibly see, you may not, a red dotted lines for where you're going to actually set the 0, 0 to be. So you don't have to work with it being shoved right up in this corner. You can move it down a bit to say here. So that's -1, -2 because this is centimetres, but you can move it down a bit so that you can have a bit of a kind of gap so that you've got place to work and put things and move things and count them and all these kind of things. On the previous version, not only did you not get the red lines, if it wasn't full screen, it would draw them outside the window on the desktop, and then so you weren't actually and then because it didn't even show them on the ruler, even though you could see where your mouse pointer was, you were never confident it was going to go where you thought. Now, there still are some interesting kind of moments. So, for example, if I do a filled triangle, you click on a dot, but as you can see, it doesn't really show you where it is. You can't see where it's going to end up. So that's not a triangle for sure, right? But again, that's not what happened to the corners. What happens to... I mean, it's a nice Christmas tree, but I wanted a triangle. It doesn't always come out. I mean, even if you make sure it runs along the lines. So, there. Well, those four, it was actually there. It's missing some. So it misses some and it still does. There are many weirdities along those lines. But, for example, I made my strip, so this is what it looks like if I zoom out a bit. There you go. I put the lines in, these big long lines that look really weird because, well, they are, but it's right at the very bottom of my strip so that when it prints out, because it doesn't do this by itself, which is when it prints over onto another page, you and I would expect a bit of it to line up, and it does, but you don't necessarily get any indication on the printout as to where that overlap actually is. So I put a line on it so that the line is the overlap, and so that you've got the two lines and you can line them up. So they're at the bottom of one page, and so that you can make sure you don't end up with any out of kind of weirdness. But as you can see, this is, you know, the individual lines in between the two strips are approximately inch markers. They're not accurate, but they are kind of inch markers, which is kind of good. So if I scroll up to the top, because of course now they've changed it so that that doesn't work, I'm kind of, how many I've got 1, 2, 3. So I've got 1, 2, 3. I'm about here. So if I get something I can make a line with, there we go. So 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of here. If I draw this line out. So this line here is roughly where I'm at. So I've done this much of the first strip that we're making, because as I said, this is the kind of neck curtain kind of number 2. It's not that I don't hate what I did for neck curtain number 1, but it's gonna look a bit weird, so it's not gonna be a neck curtain. I don't really know what it's gonna be. Well, actually I kind of do. I just haven't done it yet. I'm going to sew it to one of my cover cloths, but so that it's pretty kind of thing, which makes it highly functional, you know, highly stupid functionality wise. But yeah, so I drew that. The snakes, which are the bits down the side. So if you see these sort of, hang on, if we zoom in, hang on, and zoom up. That's as far as it's going to go up. Okay, so as you can see, there's these like zigzags down the side. The reason they get called snakes is because it starts kind of a bobblehead. But the snakes, I'm not exactly a thing of my invention, but I have been noted as noticing the pattern, more to the point. Because I swore I saw it in something. Well, the answer is I did see it in something. but only as like a U shape or an N shape, whichever way you think about it, or half an S or whatever, right? I only saw 3, so I know, blob, 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 or blob, 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 whichever, and that was it. Because they occasionally use that in lace making all over the place. It was me doing it continuously and calling it snakes, because I do. I'm a snake. You have to go and look that one up on YouTube if you do not know where that one comes from. I'm a snake. And that's all I hear whenever I look at them is, I'm a snake. That guy's got a lot to answer for. But it was something that appealed to me because obviously this particular lace style is done on a grid. It's done on a 90-degree grid. So everything tends to be squares, rectangles, lines. The snakes, well, of course, are curved. Even though they're not curved, they look like curves. So they look like snakes. They look like a snake slithering along. And so hence they've been called snakes. But they also are a bit of a contrast and run down each panel that I'm going to make. They're quite quick to make. And also provide, bear in mind it's going to be a net curtain, will also provide a bit of a kind of a pattern in the shadow kind of thing that comes off it. So again, with all things in mind, it should look quite pretty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The reason I count 7 is the ultimate number of pairs to put in one of my sticks. You can fit more, you could have less, but it's less is a waste, and more it gets complicated. So it's just 7. That, and it works out really, really well because my 7 pairs fit, and I've got 6 lots of 7 pairs, so fits nicely. I have got other stick contraptions that take more, but there are disadvantages to those stick patterns. So for this, it wouldn't work. There are lace types it would work really, really well for. So for example, she says digging one out. Sorry, it's I'll go for an orange one today. I keep picking up the green one. So they're a bit like chopsticks. In fact, when in doubt, they'd make great chopsticks, right? Because you could easily do food with these. Picking up your bombs. Actually, they're not too good because they're a bit weak for that, and they're flat on one side. But these work really, really well. So, for example, you put the bobbins in them like this, just slide them all in. And the one advantage of these is for my bobbins at least, they cannot fall out. But that also means if you want this pair, you have to take them all out. Whereas these sticks, you can take out the pair that you want. But these hold many, many more. And I've got other sticks. I've got other stick types. Because, well, I'm a bit of a klepto. I like collections of things. Especially bobbins. Got a real thing for bobbins. But I also refuse to spend... I saw some beautiful ebony bobbins, but I'm not spending £9 on a single stick, which realistically all it does is hold the thread. So you could kind of, how like you can, with a ball of yarn, you can like wind it around a couple of fingers and then wind it around itself a bit and kind of make a little mini butterfly. You could arguably do that with lace, right? You do not need it to be a bobbin, it just helps, right? I'm not going to spend £9 when basically a finger butterfly is enough, I don't mind spending some money because they're pretty, but I'm not spending £9 per individual bobbin, because bear in mind there's just under 100 bobbins here, obviously, she says, forgetting how many there are exactly. It's 90 something, I think. Hang on. Hang on. 84. So I've got 84 bobbins here. Do you really want to spend £9 on that? £9 for those would give me a brand total of £756. No. Bear in mind, I did spend some good money on some bobbins, which I really, really like. Don't get me wrong, really like them. But I got nearly 1,000 of them for the price. That's fine, I got nearly 1,000 of them. But I made these because I could. So, which can also be found on YouTube if you want to know how I made them. Well, and that's the thing, I think, but there is still this little bit of me that kind of goes, I have a problem with the idea of painted ones, and let me explain why. If they were plain ebony with, you know, just finishing, so a bit like these are, but obviously different, because I wouldn't buy more, you know, I can make more of these, don't need to buy those. But, you know, let's say I made kind of like, you know, I bought a pair. I don't want to buy painted ones because I have kind of a caustic body. How do I explain that? In that I tend to finish off absolutely everything. And in doing that, what I don't want to do is spend £9 on a painted pair of bobbins, make half a bookmark, have worn nearly all of the paint off, and it now looks absolutely terrible. Just because I know how my body works. I mean, I know that they're not in the best state and could probably do with a bit of clean, but let me give them a quick wipe first. So rest assured, when I show you this, you will understand why I fear the choice. Right, now bear in mind, I can't see exactly what you see, so because I've taken my glasses off. But if you look, you can see where the green is the, I can vaguely see there's green bits, is where the anti-reflective coating is. And then you can see great patches where there isn't any. Because my body ate it. And the problem with eating it is it doesn't just eat it. No, that would be easy. It kind of eats it like early splatterings of a storm. And so as a result, it makes seeing through my glasses really freaking different. And I can hear you now. Well, buy glasses without. I would. They don't generally make them without. You can have them, but then you get into the realms of, oh, well, it's special order. Now, you think it would be worth it, but if, for example, you've broken your glasses, or you can't see because, you know, something's gone with your vision, or you know, whatever, sometimes you do not have the choice. You need the pair of glasses today. And so one, you can go to one of these, you know, I want my glasses now, and they will happily charge you £40 odd to have the anti-reflective coating. They can't give it to you without today, which I feel is a little bit wrong. So it's an optional extra that realistically, if you need an urgent pair of glasses, which is why you went to the I'll do it today groups, you can't have it today. Well, it's not entirely optional. It is optional, but you've got to put a lot of effort into making it optional. Yeah. Talking to it's an ex co-worker who may be coming back a bit, which makes me laugh, really. So yeah, while they do make some very beautiful painted bobbins, I have seen some really, really beautiful things. I also saw recently a tatting shuttle that was painted for Christmas last year with beautiful snowman and everything on it. But there's no point me buying it because I know full well my body will eat it. Badly. Here is my current effort. This is needle tatting rather than tatting. The one thing I quite like about it, which doesn't seem to be true for a lot of tatting, is I like the fact that it's got a lot of drape. I quite like that. I have here, hang on. So I do possess. Hang on, what are you attached to that you shouldn't be? Hang on, I've got catastrophic failure. Hang on, what are you attached to? Or round, or whatever. There we go. So I do have tatting shuttle, but I don't really get on with it. And there's no good reason for it. So, for example, I find this whole sticking your hand under string kind of weird. My brain doesn't like it very much. And so I'm trying to, I can't hold it, and my brain just farts a lot. So I did see these. It says picking them up, right? These are also tatting shuttles, and these I find a little bit easier. I'm only messing around. This is just a screwed up lump of stuff, so please do not think I'm wrecking some prize working. But I can find that I can work with this a bit easier because it's smaller. It is. It's complicated unnecessarily so. So I can find I can do this, and I can then get my stitch in and flip it, and then do the other one, which is this one. I can do that and flip it. So I can do a stitch, and I can do that with these because there's a lot. There isn't quite so much fidget. But needle tatting is the way to go, dudes. Needle tatting is absolutely the way to go. So, oh, it is a word. Well, it is now. Because I totally agree. So, let me show you on a big needle. Hang on. Very big needle. There we go. It's a bit too big, but bear with, right? I'm gonna put this back in this end so I don't break this one. I'll make more sense in a minute. I've got a needle threader and it's got two ends, so I want to put the good end that I need in. But let me get my traditional weaving thread edge and find an end. There's an end around here somewhere. There we go. So, here is some of my traditional weaving stuff, and I'm going to poke it through the hole. Oops. Poke it through the hole. Alright, doesn't really need a needle threader, but there we go. So, needle tatting is so much easier because you don't have to try and hold complicated things with this hand, nor do you really hold complicated things with this hand. So you get a bit of a tail, so you've got somewhere to work, right? And you pick this up and pick up the short end. You push it the other way around, you pick up the short end. You have now done a whole stitch. So you do this, whoops, missed. And if you really hate it, unlike normal tatting, when you want to undo it, you go, ah, shit, and spend hours picking at it. You just slide it off the needle, and it never happened, right? So when you're learning, I find this was really helpful. So if I do this, so I can do 4 stitches, missed. I do miss a lot. It's partly because I can't tell where things are so much in relation to each other. So if I want to do a picot, you just put your finger on and leave a bit of a gap. And then once it's secure, you can slide it down. And now you've got a little picot sticking out. You can just about make out I've got a little bit of a loop here sticking out underneath. So if I do this, 3. Oh, of course the ads have come, so we'll wait for that. Yeah, so if I do a bit more of this, because it's the same but just more of it, so if I get to the end, when the advert break comes, I can show you what happens next. So obviously this is on a very big scale, because, you know, 1, 2, 3. So I'm just trying to make them 4 so they're all the same size. And then I need 1 more of those. 2, 3. Switch down a bit. 4. So now I've got a strip with 3 picots sticking out of it. And I'll show you what happens when the ad's over in a minute and a half. seconds to go. There we go, so you should be back. So all I did was make 4, make a loop, make 4, make a 4. So I've now got 16 stitches and 3 loops. You then put your finger in the hole made by this bit here, which is wrapped around one bit bottom, so you go. Yeah, and slide it off the end, and you can either keep it as a string or put your needle through it to make it a loop, give it a bit of a tighten, and now you have one of the little loop things, and you can go off and make more. So if we were going to do this as like one of my little flowers, I'm not going to do a whole one, don't get me wrong, but it's good if you tie a little bit of a knot to hold it still, because that way it can't fidget while you're working. So you go off. That's right, I've got to release a bit more thread from my cone. But you go off and you make 1, 2, 3, 4. So that was the 4 before. Normally I made a picot, but now you've already got a picot because it's already here. So you poke your needle through, grab and pull up the loop, and then you make 4 more. 1, 2, 3, missed, 3, 4. Make a picot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a picot. 1, missed, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 2 more picots and I joined the one at the end. So again, I stick my finger in the hole because I'm going to make a loop out of it. Pull them over the needle end, stick the needle through the hole, give it a tug, and now I've got 2 little widges. So I find this far easier to cope with because there's none of this, oh, you've got to fanny around with the string and it's got to be done from this direction and that direction, and you've got to have a bit of a loop, and then you need 6 things. And the only thing I will say, so if you want, it is not a one-to-one interchangeable directly. So if you were making a really pretty doily, because obviously you can do 2 different colours, you start with one colour and you have that going to your needle and one colour there. It's easier to do with the 2 shuttles, because if you've got 2 shuttles and you want to do, say, loops in this colour and the strings in this colour, bear in mind, like, for example, technically that's a string because it goes nowhere. All you do is, instead of, you know, to make it out of the one on the pink shuttle, you would hold the pink one in this hand, and then because you flip it, which is hard to explain, but you flip it, so you make the knot with this hand and then let this go loose and pull it so that it flops over to the other side, which is a bit annoying. Why don't you just do it the other way around? Keep this tight and make them with the other one. I mean, as a suggestion, right? But you can kind of, and then if you want the other colour, well, of course you do it the other way around, don't you? You put the blue one in this hand and make your loop or whatever, and then you do the work with the pink one, and then now it's the colour that will be on the blue thread, the blue bobbin. that would be the one that makes the knots, and it kind of covers over the thread, so it does work really, really well, and you could do 2 colours that way. But obviously if you're going to do a big thing, you've then got this really long tail off the needle, and of course you can start with meters of it, and for the most part you do your flippity 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 with this hand. And by the way, you can just literally flip it. So if you look at how I pick it up, I'm doing a loop so that it goes anti-clockwise and putting it over the needle, and then a clockwise one, putting it over the needle, and that's all you're really doing. So you don't even have to run it down your finger, because you can get a bit of sensory overload, I find, from constantly scratching your finger with the needle. But if you do it just right, you can also do it just shy of your finger so that you don't catch your finger every time, and your finger doesn't kind of go quite wonky. But if you had an awful lot of string here, there is a huge chance that it will try and knot up, because that's what string does. And unlike a needle, because you've got to pass it all the way through, it will add wear to it. It will. So it's 2 coloured stuff I think would be harder. But of course the other advantage of this is that you could always just stop and start. You know, work with 1 colour. The only annoyance is that when you get to the end, any of this bit which hasn't been used, bear in mind this goes through the internals of each of the loops, any bit that you haven't used you cut off and lose. So from that point of view, you could argue it's a bit more wasteful. But then with the shuttles one, chances are you attached the shuttles and chopped it off, so is it really any worse? But I find this a lot easier to work with. So I've done 4. I can then join my next picot like this. You don't need a special hook because you've got the point on the end of your pointy stick. And you do 4 more. Picot. And to do the picot, all you do is just stop the stitch sliding further down to make a loop appear. It's, you know, whereas when you're doing it with the shuttles, you've got to try and do that but on a piece of string, which makes it a lot harder. One more. See this one, it does this, it gets a bit bunchy and at the bottom, which is what I mean about the twisting of the string. So you can imagine if you've got like 5 meters of string here, that could get really annoying quite quickly. But there's picot number 3, and depending on how you stage them, of course. I find this a lot easier on the brain cells to work with. And obviously how tight you do this makes a difference as to how... so for example, if I pull this really tight, you can see it goes a lot more round, but it also goes a lot harder. So if you leave it slightly kind of puffier, it's got a bit more movement to it. Because one thing I did find when I was watching lots of people, because of course I watched quite a few videos, when I was watching the videos, the problem I mainly had was that I would watch it and it would be almost like they did it with wire. It was so stiff at the end of it, and it was kind of like, that's not what I really want. I mean, this needle was designed for knitting wool. I have a variety, so I have a number of sizes, look, going from infinitely small like wire through to fat and junky, and to be honest, I find the needles a bit long. You can buy longer ones, but you can't seem to buy shorter ones. I'd like shorter ones, please. Now, obviously, you can technically use darning needles and cross-stitch needles. But the problem with that is they're not necessarily the right size for the thing. So this is the needle threader that came with it. So it's got a needle threader. Not that you can really see that, but there's a needle threader, look, on this end. But it's got a smaller needle threader on this end, look, and I've managed to bend this one, as you can see. So hence wanting to try and keep a little bit of a kind of, but it lives in here, which is quite nice because this is quite angular and you can flip it around and put it in this way around, but this stops it from rolling, which is a godsend, frankly. Let me see if I can straighten this with my trusty pliers, because it is a bit overly bent. I don't mind it being slightly bent, but there's slightly bent and really bent, you know. Actually, it's like it's bending. Oh, it's bending because when it goes in here, it's hitting the tube. Oh, that's also part of why. You can't see it, but the green one finishes almost at this line and the purple one comes beyond it. So they were butting inside the thing, which is why it was bent. It wasn't me bending it, it was bending itself. There you go. So, I hope that kind of, I mean, as I say, I found tatting on a needle so much easier to get to grips with, because I tried tatting with a shuttle, a traditional shape shuttle, i.e. Actually, it wasn't this pink one, but very much like this pink one. And because there's so much of it in your hand, let me show you what I mean properly. So you've got to go underneath to go over and round, and hang on, I've got to get this right. So you go, for some reason my brain farts every time. So you go under, over and back and through the thing, and then over and under. I can't do it very well on camera, but so you go under and over and back and over and back. And there's just so much going on because this hand's got to have some tension and not some tension. This hand's got to have some thread, but not too much thread, because if you've got too much thread, it becomes unwieldy. But if you don't have enough thread, it's hard to go underneath your hand and still have room to do the thing. But some people seem to manage to do it with just their fingers. But you've kind of got to hold your bobbin like this, otherwise it almost can't work, because you can't hold on to it. Because you need your fingers to keep things out the way so that you can it's cheap. I will say it is a very cheap hobby. All you need is kind of like a ball of string and something to hold the string, frankly. The way I originally found this to work, because I was struggling with doing this action and keeping the thread and the bobbin, was to send the bobbin over my other hand, which it's not going to want to do now, but if I sent it over my other hand like that, so that I traipse it around this hand, I could then go under and over because the thread was the other side. And apparently this makes me a real weirdo, but that's fine. I'm cool with being a real weirdo. Because, well, it worked for me. And that meant I could at least use the shuttle. But obviously it also means when you're watching a video, it can be harder to translate what they do into what you do because it doesn't look the same. And of course, when you're new, you want it to be the same because you don't believe that what you're doing is right already. The last thing you need is it to look different. So I'm really glad I found these little miniature shuttles. I can give you the link to them. They're not cheap, by the way. I can give you the link to them. They come with the little bobbin, the plastic bobbin. Which reminds me, I'm supposed to be getting an Amazon delivery today. It's 9:30. Did it come? Let's go have a look. Oh no, it still says arriving today. But doesn't look like it's gone out on a van. But at 7:47 this morning, it arrived at my delivery station in Gloucester. Didn't know we had one in Gloucester. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not like it was life-shattering. I get really tired of Amazon doing that. Click now to receive tomorrow. Click. Oh, your item will be with you next Wednesday. But it's Thursday. That's a week ago. You said 3 minutes ago I had 4 hours to click and get it for tomorrow. Get quite a few of those. And like that one. There's no reason why it hasn't turned up today. It's not like you got a, sorry, one of our drivers was absent from work. Your delivery has not gone on a van and won't be out today. It will get to 10 o'clock tonight and it will go, oh, there was a delay with your order. Right. Because, I mean, it shouldn't matter why, right? It really shouldn't. But in your head, it's like there was a thing of a lady moaning about going to the doctor's and her appointment was, say, 10:30 and she didn't get seen till like nearly 12. Now, over here in the UK, can't speak for other countries, if you turn up even 10 seconds after your appointment time, you get looked like you should be swallowed into the bowels of hell from the reception staff. You're late. Only 10 frigging seconds. But you're late. Oh, you're now holding everything up. It's all your fault. But the fact that you'll sit there for 90 minutes... Do you get an apology? Do you ask? Right? And I do agree with the woman on the post a little bit on the grounds that if I'm late, they have a go at me. And I get that because if I'm late, it throws off the timetables if they are ready for me. But when I sit there for 90 minutes, it throws off my schedule. I've had that. Now, it didn't take an awful... I mean, the one time it was that far behind that soon, it didn't take an awful lot of guesswork to decide that teenage girl had discovered she was pregnant. Okay? Because there was lots of rushing about and her to the toilet and back and distraught parents, girl looking like she was going to get a shoe-in when she got home kind of thing. So I'm going to guess she was pregnant. But it's not that we mind per se. But when you just sit there, bored off your bits, collecting all the germs in the room, because let's face it, a lot of the people are in the room because they've got germs. I don't want your germs. I was healthy before I got here. I was going for, blood pressure check or, my flu jab or something. I was not going because I was ill. Or maybe, I don't know, I bust my knee or whatever. But medically, I had no germs until I got here. And then you look around the waiting room and there's the Black Death in the corner, and pneumonia are over there, and herpes and measles in the corner, and you're sitting there going, I don't want none of this. And of course, you're then stuck there for, like you said, 2 hours, right? Going, well, I've got them all now, haven't I? And then, of course, there is the screaming brat syndrome, because, of course, little kids are inevitably bored, aren't we all? So they run around screaming, destroying the place, spreading, because, of course, we all know how germ-free children are, spreading the plagues of whatever, of death with them. And on one occasion, it was a long wait, and I don't go to the doctors often, partly for this reason, but it was a long wait, and I think there was only 3 of us in the waiting room. And there was this bloke with his son, little son, I mean, he must have been 2 or 3, kind of. I mean, if he was more than 4 or 5, I'd be surprised. I'm not very good at kid ages. But he was running around, but it was not natural, so I'm going to say 2 or 3, right? Dad spent the whole time on his phone, and when it was like, Daddy, I'm busy. Poor kid. Poor kid was trying to be so good, and his dad was being a bit of an arse. I tell you, by the time it got round to nearer the time I finally got called in, I was getting ready to walk over there and slap that phone out of his hands and ask him if he minded actually paying attention to how well his child was trying to behave, and he was ignoring him. Because I did feel very sorry for the kid. But it is one of those things is that it shouldn't matter why, right? Now, in a doctor's, for example, you do not expect a full explanation. Yes, Mrs. Biggins has had a bit of a funny turn, and, we think she might die. You don't expect that. But you would expect, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a delay. If you want to go away for an hour, we understand. We're phoning ahead now to postpone other patients an hour because the delays are that bad. If you care to wait, feel free. But if you want to go away for an hour or so, we totally understand. There's been a bit of an emergency. Do you mind, right? And that's fine. But they don't. They just let you sit there and fester in their little germ pits. But of course, if you were late by 2 hours, God help you. I apparently missed a hospital appointment. Well, perhaps if I'd had a letter telling me I had one, I'd have gone. So I'm kind of expecting some kickback on that. But when I got the letter saying you missed your appointment, it didn't say, here's a new one. It just said, you missed an appointment on this date. Right? And if you feel you shouldn't have had it, then you should... No. Have you considered I did not get the letter? We live in a modern age where electronic mail is a thing. And of course it wasn't in my hospital app, because we in the UK have an NHS app thing that will say if you've got a hospital appointment. Well, it didn't have any appointments in it. Otherwise it would have told me. I mean, it keeps telling me to go and have a flu jab, which I don't do, but, that's another matter. A bit like the doctor's surgery thing. If I'm not going out, bear in mind I haven't really gone out since about this time last year, so if I'm not going out, I don't need a flu jab. Hello. Naughty car, I've got some things I should share with you at some point. Make you laugh. For all the wrong reasons, but it should make you laugh. Well, for all the right reasons, potentially. So yeah, this woman on the short video was moaning because her doctor was like, nearly 2 hours late. And it's not that we don't get it, but at the same time, I do agree with her. I do feel that, doctors probably, depending on why she was at the doctor and what kind of doctor she was seeing, after all. I mean, to give you an idea, when I had my Awesome. Well done. Did you try wetting it by any chance? The this, when I went, I think it was my second colonoscopy, there was a really big delay. And of course, when you're basically squirting water because you had your industrial drain cleaner, and you can't eat, and you're hungry, and you're getting hungrier by the millisecond, and frankly, you're looking at everyone and going, I could eat that. You might want to try wetting it. Try one where you wet it. But it'll either work or hate you, one or the other. But this, they did at least have the decency to say to me, I'm sorry, so-and-so's running late. He was supposed to be the greatest in the land. Yeah, he's the guy who gave me a perforated bowel, so I don't think so myself. But, he's supposed to be the best in the country. He's running late because there's been an emergency. Well, yeah, he caused another one later, so I'm not surprised. But it would, there is that bit of you that can kind of go, how do you have a colonoscopy emergency? I mean, unless someone shoved some in that they shouldn't up there, in which case, surely it's not really a colonoscopy you're after. Because you know what's up there, because you can see it on the x-ray kind of thing. But yeah, it is. Because there's actually a website dedicated to things people have placed in the hole that should not be placed. In the out hole. A story and belief I strongly have, that is an out hole, not an in hole. But yeah, at least I did have the decency to tell me. I'm just sitting there every 20 minutes having to run to the toilet like my butt's on fire because I've only got water and you can't really hang on to that. Did get chatting with a lovely lady who'd come in for her first colonoscopy, and yeah, we were discussing how hungry we were because, well, frankly, it is there are things when you're in hospital. There is kind of a bit of the Dunkirk spirit, right? Whatever ward, wherever you're there is a bit of the Dunkirk spirit, and in this case, hunger, because of course. The day of the 24 hours prior to your colonoscopy, you can't eat anything. 24 hours before that, you can only eat white things. So you can have white fish, but not milk. You can have, because although it's white, you can't have milk for some reason. And so you can have fish, rice, and basically boiled chicken. No, that's pretty much it. And then, of course, you're on the 24-hour starve. So you haven't really eaten in 2 days. And right now, you're sitting in the waiting room, being told that there's a 2 or 3 hour delay. We decided that you need to open a fast food van outside the colonoscopy department. You will be rich, my friend. You will be so rich. Because, well, once you've had it done, you are free to eat. And you haven't basically eaten in 2 days. Because, well, there's only so much kind of boiled rice and with no flavouring. And, kind of boiled chicken and boiled fish you can eat, right? So chances are you are hungry, real freaking like sucking in the universe black hole level of hungry. And yeah, we came to the conclusion that frankly, mobile van and you'd be minted, because coming out of there, the first thing you'd see would be food, and you'd buy it. You almost like throw your credit card at it and just say, I don't care how much, give me food. It truly would be You could charge hospital prices for it, you know. Um, you know, you want a burger? That'll be £15, madam. Yeah, okay. I'll have 6. You know, it's that kind of moment, right? It's you just want to eat. You just want to eat everything. So we had a long conversation about food, and I was in first. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Not. But I think it's slightly different when you go to a hospital because, you know, emergencies kind of happen. When you're going to your GP, it shouldn't really be the case. You'd like to think that your GP is not someone who directly deals with too many actual emergencies. And that would it really kill them to say, I'm sorry, there's going to be a delay? It seems like manners, really. Is it me or are we really making slow progress today? I mean, it's 2 hours and I feel like I've done next to nothing. Getting too warm with jumper on. So I was just checking my brain cells. I am out of liquid. Bear with me while I go and refill the liquid from my broken fridge. I have to hold my fridge together with scissors. It's complicated. I'm back! Yay! So, the reason I have to hold my fridge together with a pair of scissors is it's less important that it's the pair of scissors. The top hinge, because I've got one of those, it's a fridge freezer, so it's got freezer on the bottom, fridge on the top, and it's in a cupboard door. And the cupboard door is the door to the fridge and also the door to the freezer, but they're separate. Thank you. And unlike a lot of them where they kind of put them on a sliding part of the door, the actual door is mounted, the actual door front of the fridge and the freezer are mounted onto the cupboard door, which of course for the fridge gets quite a lot of weight in it when you put milk, you put a 6 pint of milk in it or whatever. It's a bit of a problem. And the top hinge basically did a bit of a wonky. Couldn't work out what was wrong with it for the life of me. And then eventually a little piece of plastic went twang out from inside it. And well, that was the end of that. So now, to keep the fridge door shut, I have to wedge something so that it holds the door shut. Because I can't get behind it, because it's attached to the wall. So I can't put like a clamp on it. And there's nothing on the side to kind of mount it to. So what I do is I have a pair of scissors that you put against the bottom door at an angle, so when the thing goes over it, it wedges itself in there. I just happen to have a pair of scissors to hand, and it happens to be the right size, so it works, right? So I have a pair of scissors holding my fridge shut, and I should... Why lick me? I'm not popsicle dogs. I'm not. I don't taste of anything interesting. You had your dinner, as did I. I had a whole pot noodle. Woo. Right. Let's get back to this. So, where am I going? I need to put you back in here. That is my two puppy dogs. That's Rory and Amy. Rory's the little black one, and Amy's the little brown one. And Rory is giving me a dirty look. What? No, Amy, that did not mean that you needed to be up front and centre. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Hey, pups. You do occasionally get to see dog noses. Not very often, but 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. No, mainly I think because we don't really have too many ponds around here. There is the kind of quote, I call it a lake. The only reason I call it a lake is you need a boat to get from one side to the other, but it's a very, very short distance. So it's too far to leap, too far to put like a 6-foot ladder and, you know, waddle across. You have to get in a boat, but it's also not that far. So it's a bit kind of complicated. I don't know what entirely makes something a lake. I had a feeling it's something you need a boat to cross from one side to the other. So it is, but so there's a lakey thing kind of in that direction. And I think that's a bit daunting to them, so they've kind of kept out of that, which is a good thing. Rory is oddly the more adventurous. Oh, I get it now. Sorry. Yes. Ponds. Stupid me. Yeah. Should have caught that one. Yeah. I'm also dyslexic and a bit neurospicy, so sometimes jokes just don't lay with me, and then other times I make absolute hamdingers myself, and I get really upset that no one laughs. So I won't worry. Yeah, no, Rory is a little nurse though. He is very much a nurse. Rory, if I'm not feeling myself, Rory absolutely is a nurse. And takes up like a vigil to be with me and make sure that I'm alright. And he is a proper little nurse. She's just a crackhead. Her nickname is Amy Winehouse because she does kind of sing. Yeah, she's a bit of a weird one. She's. I mean, to use the old phrase, she's a bit of a blue smarty, in that it's kind of. She means well. She doesn't mean any harm, but she'll kind of come up to you and ask to get on. And then when it's explained, you're kind of going, well, that's not funny. Yeah. That's why I didn't get it. Okay. You all thought it was hysterical. Okay. I mean, for example, there is a man who walks upon this earth. I assume he hasn't died anyway. His name does not make me laugh. I mean, it's an unusual name, but it doesn't even make me smile. His name is Peter Cheese. Now, if you say that to my ex-husband, he'll all but be crying and wetting himself. It's an unusual name, yeah. Cheese is kind of a nice surname to have, I think. I don't find it hysterically funny. Now, there was another man. Now, his name was funny, in my humble opinion. And well, in everyone in the department's opinion, frankly. It really was a doozy. And when he rang the following morning after we'd made his account and everyone had a good laugh at his expense, I was the only one who could answer the phone to him. Because his name was, well, that funny. And it's quite an unusual name, so I'm not going to out him, but it was let's put it this way. You know how like there was a big trend a few years ago, can you find something in Google where you type it and it only comes back with one thing? His name was that. You type his name in, it came back with nobody. Well, one thing. So it was very unusual, hence I'm not going to out him. But it was hysterically funny. Nearly as funny, frankly, as the guy who took his phone to work, or his laptop, no one's entirely sure which, because we didn't get to hear which. That's the one, Google whack. There was a guy who took something to work that was broadcasting a Google network of "See you next Tuesday" in its abbreviated format, which we all found hysterically funny because, well, you know, we're at work and we're childish, and well, yeah, we all thought it was funny. Apparently, somebody else did not and had reported him, and you're like, no. I mean, naming your Wi-Fi stupid things, like buy your own and, you know, all those kind of things, or Metropolitan Police or something, right, is very much a done thing, when you know that you've got people trying to use it. But, you know, perhaps you'd kind of had enough of a co-worker who was being exactly that, and so named his Wi-Fi that. Or perhaps someone thought he was and named his phone tethering system that, because, you know, that over there has it. Yeah. But for some reason, I don't find Peter Cheese half as funny as my ex-husband does. I can hear him giggling already. Because it really does have that effect on him. Absolutely. And I don't get it. I mean, it's alright. Definitely heard funnier. This doesn't make any sense. Need to check picture as to where we were at yesterday. Yep. I've done absolutely nothing. I mean, realistically, I've done that little chunk. Not that you can see all of it. Hang on, let me move this down because it's just easier than trying to move the camera. So I've done kind of that little chunk there and like that little chunk there. That's it. That's all I've done in 2.5 friggin' hours. I mean, lace making is not a speed sport. We know that. But I was quite feeling positive when I started today, having had some interesting comical news of my own, which I can't really share, but something that did make me giggle, which I need quite a lot of right now, but it did make me giggle. As I say, rightfully so. Now, oh no, that's alright. I had fun this morning, or not, as the case may be. I assume the hunting club were out hunting animals. Someone suggested it was the shooting range, but shooting range isn't near here that much. So it's more likely to be animals. Which, can't say I agree with, can't say I'm against. It depends what. And obviously sitting here, if all I hear is pop, 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 crack, pop, but it sounded quite close, and there seemed to be people walking through the trees behind my house, which shouldn't be them because that's someone's private garden, and the dog spent about 4 hours going nuts today. So, you know, I should be kind of drained, but of course it's not the same as a social battery. But as I said, I got some vaguely humorous news today. And it may be wrong, but you know how it's wrong to wish badness on somebody? Well, I don't wish badness on somebody. I wish badness on some group of people. Not horrendous badness, just a very specific major inconvenience that I know they won't be able to handle. I'd find that real funny about now. Just because I'd find that really funny about now. I mean, it would be almost the cure, you know? For what ails you, you know? That kind of moment. Similarly, I did not wish this upon the man, but having heard that it happened, it was worth it. A long time ago, I worked for a company who their building got flooded because the cleaner got pissed off, turned the tap on, the security guard didn't do his checks, didn't notice even though in a video you could hear the water pouring down through the building because it makes a bit of a roar. and it was a 3-floor building, and the water had basically pulled on the top floor, gone down, pulled on the next floor, gone down, pulled on the next floor, gone down to the ground floor, right? So let's not be pretending that there wasn't an almighty crap ton of water, right? Anyway. Well, there was an event that happened. I don't think it was last year, it might have been the year before. Where a change at work caused our entire data centres to fart. Only briefly, but enough that it triggered all of the kind of all of the things to basically, oh my god, they all fell over and died. And I spent 2-3 hours fixing it. Right here, right now, should that happen again, bear in mind they did it twice. They did it oddly, of course, odds, ads. Why is it? You can sit here in silence and the moment you want to talk about something, it's bloody ads. It's like they know. I don't remember it saying ads coming either. Oh well. Maybe I slept through it. Back, yay! So yes, basically, normally in computing, you roll out changes to non-production first to see if it's going to break anything in, should you do it in production, because well, breaking production is where the business actually works. So, and we work in an environment where there is very much a non-production area for these kinds of desks. But for some blessed reason, and for whatever reason, it got past change control. So while you can't entirely blame the dude who did it, because he followed procedure, he raised the change, he did the thing, he did do production first. And well, when they did production, it killed everything. They then, of course, did non-production, and rather than learning from the mistakes of production, they then killed non-prod. But that happened on a different day. Anyway, when they killed production, everything briefly kind of went, oh my god, fell over. And it took me about 3 hours to get it back. For non-production, well, it was a bit less of a panic. So, you know, it was about the same, but we've got a few more servers. Anyway, I feel it would be funny, to me, personally, if that could happen again. Now, I know it's going to sound a little weird, but specifically around about September the 24th. Maybe the 22nd. Somewhere in that kind of couple of days. I know a couple of us who would see the funny side of that. Now, I know lots of people who wouldn't see the funny side of that, but all the people who need to would see the funny side of that. You know what I mean? So, I'm not wishing for, you know, so it's not personal pain and on somebody. No. Just kind of love to see how they handled that. I'd love to see what happened if I was not there to save the day again. Because I did get highly commended for how I handled it all. Because I got everything back up and running really quickly, and due to various other things, I couldn't just bring up all the boxes and give them to the apps teams to do their bits. I had to do all of their bits for them because, well, the server that they used to get on our servers had also gone down because it had also gone, oh my god, and fallen over. So, until we knew how to fix that, the only person who could get on the boxes was me. So I did the British thing, made them form a queue, and off I went. So I did get highly commended for that. But I'm pretty sure we would not have someone do the same in my absence. And it'd be kind of amusing. Because they didn't like it. They absolutely hated it. Basically what happened is, none of the boxes actually would have gone down. But all the discs disappeared. And oddly enough, it's a bit like trying to walk when someone rips your legs out from underneath you. It's not that you were falling over, it's the fact that you suddenly had nothing to stand on anymore. Which results in you face planting firmly on the ground. And that's basically what the servers did, is they were walking along and then found out someone had ripped their legs off. And they chewed carpet. In a computery way, but yeah. Some servers hated it more than others, depending on how busy they'd been at the time. Again, slightly amusing. Yeah. See, I feel like I've done quite a bit of distance today because I've had to let the bobbins out a couple of times, which means that I've rolled the roll around a couple of times, and I know that I just did the rolled up work on the back, which is already sort of well over the hill, and so could do with potentially rolling up a bit more. It says just checking that there's no pins. Well, there's a few down there that probably could come up. But somehow we were just before this line and now we're only a bit after it. We don't seem to have achieved very much today. We did get slightly sidetracked with needle tatting and random discussions. That's for sure. We did. I'm going to sneeze in a minute. I tried to hit the mute and I missed. Sorry. So let's put some of you in sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put you in a stick. Sorry, Bailey. Yeah, I do know that I am a good sneezer. I am aware of that. Just as well I don't get hay fever, is the short answer. Because I don't half sneeze loud. And you've also got to be aware, of course, that you have sound limiting, so my microphone does kind of cap out how loud it will go. So, could be worse. I mean, I could turn it off. I could turn off the limitation and sneeze right into it. And then you'll be catching speaker cones through your ear holes. I'm sorry, what? I'm half listening to something. And the guy's just said, I'm still stuck on Ozzy Osbourne snorted a line of ants. I'm sorry, did he? Did he really? I mean, seems a little bit random. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I've done random. I'm good at random, but that seems a bit random. I'm not going to say he didn't, because, you know, he was famous at one point for doing some slightly weird stuff, but well, yeah. I mean, people have done some strange and bizarre things. I mean, we were discussing earlier that there is a website for people who put things in the out hole of their body, but I mean, I was quite commonly, as a younger person, found if it had been raining with no shoes and socks on. Because I don't know about most of you, but wet shoes and socks are one of the most god-awful bloody feelings you can have to sit with for a really long time. And so I used to take my shoes and socks off when it rained so that they wouldn't get wet. And I've walked through London in bare feet, but on one occasion we were in the woods and I was walking through the woods in bare feet. Now obviously, being slightly accustomed to bare feet, I am going to say that it's not like I had the softest of delicatest feet. But I was walking along and it's like, I've got pins and niggles in my legs. Looked down and the entire bottoms of my legs were covered with ants that were frantically biting me. That could have gone badly. I'm not going to pretend that that was the wisest thing I ever did. Because it surely wasn't. It was definitely not up on the list of clever things I did. I've done cartwheels down the middle of the road, again, possibly, while sober, more to the point. But, you know, that could have gone really bad. You know, obviously this country doesn't tend to have too many poisonous things, so from that point of view. But if, for example, I'd been slightly allergic to it, this was kind of prior to the days of cell phones, so it's not like, you know, calling an ambulance would have been the easiest thing to do. People would have to have gone and found out. But it would have killed me, frankly, if I'd been allergic to it. Or if it gave me any kind of real adverse reaction. So I just have this kind of, because I got bitten by thousands upon thousands of ants, I just have this picture of them inhaling them. They go in your lungs and they're biting your lungs. I mean, I'm an asthmatic. I can't even breathe air without it offending my lungs, let alone live animals. I mean, creepy. I mean, it's better than inhaling maggots. I mean, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, I can think of worse things. I mean, clearly I can think of worse things, but it's still not exactly up there on the list of things that I have this burning need to try, you know? So yeah, I guess it is one of the kind of Ozzy Osbourne ate my hamster kind of moments, but at the same time, snorting a line of ants. I would like to suggest that previous things had been inhaled in that manner before thinking that was a good idea. Although, I do know a very wise and intelligent man who did wheelbarrow races in the outside lane of the M25 with his brother. So, he truly is a wise man, but clearly not when he's had some beers. Mind you, it was a long time ago, and the M25 was a lot quieter then. So, but still, you know, the principle is that man can honestly stand at the gates of heaven and go, I did wheelbarrows with my brother in the outside lane of the M25 and lived, you know.
I've never seen a craft section like this.
Why is it that you click on something and it goes, so-and-so likes your comment, you click on it and it doesn't take you to the comment, it takes you to some random video? Seriously, people. So, on a particular loom, they've got, it's made out of Texsolve, but they've basically got like a crochet chain. So it's got like a innie out, in it makes loops. And then they use that for lifting the shafts and doing all the things. And there are pegs on the end. and you can pop them out and pop them in the next hole. And someone was posting whining that their shafts weren't level, and they weren't. Fair dues. So I told them how to adjust it, and I said, and they were like, oh, I was a bit worried it would fall off the bottom. Well, then move it down a peg. Oh, I'll have to learn that for next time. It's a loop. You just push it out and pop it back in. It's got like a turnip shape, so it's got a shaft with like a turnip shape. So there's like a small neck and then like a turnip shape, you know, tapering to fat to thin and back to a neck, kind of a vase shape. And so you push it out and then you put it in the next one down. Reminds me of the people from work. Move a folder if you need more space. I don't know how. Move it. Just move it. Yeah. Slightly annoyed that I'm not at the 16-inch mark, because we've been going 3 hours and yet I was basically at 15 inches yesterday. No, you're not right. Hey Sugar Bear, how you doing? I'm okay. I just can't believe that yesterday we made it to inch 15, which is here. I mean, it was kind of by aggregate, and it was a little dubious, but it was, you know, it was basically inch 15. Here we are 3 hours later and we haven't made it another inch yet. I kind of feel like I've lied to myself somewhere. I definitely need to write the inch numbers on these lines to make my own life easier. Because it just feels like I haven't done anything. I definitely have. Yeah. It just seems really weird. I mean, we noticed this with the triangles though, is that some days you kind of sit there, you flick a couple of bobbins around, and you've done quite a chunk. And other days it's hours later, and it feels like you've done something the size of a postage stamp, and you're kind of going, I don't get it. I don't get how it could be, you know, quite so dramatically different, but somehow it is. But the other thing is I've already wound up my out bobbin thing at the back once today, and I'm about to do it again. So either I really lied to myself and I was nowhere near where I thought I was. Hello, Rory. Yes, I know. You asked nicely. You did. You did ask nicely. Yes, you did. Rory asks very nicely when he wants a hug. He does. Oh, you're toasty warm, young man. Oh, I know what's wrong with you. Sorry, dogs. Oh, let me let you out. Sorry. Come on. Let me let you out. Come on. Good boy. Yeah. Goodness. Poor little pups. Poor puppy dogs. I mentioned earlier that they were like shooting things or whatever earlier and it was driving the dogs nuts, so I shut the door. It was 6 hours ago and I just noticed they haven't opened the door again. Poor little pups. And they've immediately gone outside to go, ah. So that's where they've gone. That's what he was asking for. Bless him. Is that better now? Are you better now? Are you, little miss? You better now? Little crackhead. Yes, you are. You better now? You sound better. Sound better. Did I shut the door? Did I? I did. I did because you little miss, kept trying to kill me. Literally. With your claws and the leaping and the leaping and the woofing and the leaping. Yes. I can't tell if he's outside or not. The problem with Rory being black is I can't always tell if he's outside in the garden because my garden's like black cat in black cellar, kind of black dark. I assume there's not a lot of moon tonight because it is. It is, Honey Bear. Hello, my dear. But yeah, trying to see if he's trying to come in or not. Problem is it's black cat and black cellar in my garden. So looking for a black dog. Fortunately, he has a little white bit on his chest. But it's not always easy to spot. But I also worry when he doesn't come back fairly quickly. Because, well, Rory's a bit of an escape artist. And we don't need that at nearly 11 o'clock at night. There he is. Come on in. You can let yourself in. That's a good boy. He's a good boy. You are. You're a good boy. You asked it to go out. You did. Yes, you did. They don't normally ask to go out. They just kind of go outside because the door's open. You're a good boy. You told me. Yes, and I understood. I did. Well done. Go, Team Kimber. Yes. Yes, you're a good boy. You is. You is. You is good. Daft old bat, stupid cow forgot to open the door for them. Poor little pups. Been hanging on all this time. See that or they peed in the hallway. So, pretty sure they hung on though. Because there didn't seem to be any wet patches. So. But I now have a new carpet cleaner. And my new carpet cleaner has made good work of the kitchen. Holy crap, as I said earlier today. I knew my kitchen needed doing, but the colour and the state of the water that came off it was like slurry. I've never seen anything quite that bad. So, but I did achieve that today. And that's the first day I've achieved kind of household chores for a while. So, that's a good thing. Possibly because I heard the funny thing. I'm not going to say the two aren't related. Bless you, Rory. Pin. Penny, penny, pin. You're trying to run away. Come back. Hello, Mr. Paws. Hello. You're a good boy. You are. You asked you to go out because you're a good boy. And it suggests you held on because you spent so much time in the garden making better, didn't you? Yes. You is a good boy. Yes, you is. That's right, you headbutt the light. Well done. You is a good boy. You are. Yes. My pups. You is. You're mine. I own you. I do. I do. You are loved, little man. You truly are. You'd be loved even more if you lie down. Preferably not on my lace making, but if you would lie down, I can find ways to work around you. I could, but I can't really work around you when I can't even reach my lace making pillow with one arm. No. By about 6 inches. 'Cause you're a big boy now. You is. You're not a little puppies anymore. When I got you, you were littles. You were. You were littles. Your bum rested up kind of my stomach and your head was barely at my shoulder. You was little. You're not little now. Yeah, the problem is I'm sitting in my sitting room and, well, I live alone, so it would be unfair to expect them not to be in part of my house. And they don't generally do this too much. I mean, occasionally they maul me a bit and they lick me a lot, but they don't normally kind of hugely interrupt the day. But occasionally, I think this is thank you for letting us out in the garden. No, thank you for that, Mr. Paws. You're standing on my leg. You know you weigh a lot. Has anyone mentioned this to you? That, you know, you weigh a few? I will order more dog food this week, I promise. You won't starve. Can I get on my lace now? Go, lie down. That's a good boy. Rory is not a great communicator. Rory is very much the acceptor of way things are, and in doing so, if you accidentally lock him in somewhere or you tread on his tail or whatever, right, he will just accept that. And so when he does ask for things, I do like to make sure that if I can, I accommodate them to encourage him to feel that he can ask for things. Because his sister just kind of assumes and does like this flying face hugger trick, which I've never seen a dog do anything like it. But it really is the flying face huggers out of Aliens. She'll be standing on the floor. The next thing you know, she has got kind of like legs wrapped around your head. and she is aimed for your head. So maybe she was one of those in a former lifetime, and it's a habit she can't quite get over. But Rory is not. Rory is very much the what will be will be. So he kind of misses out because he doesn't demand anything. I mean, he'd like, but he doesn't kind of, I must, give me, which she does. Because when she wants it, you're doing it whether you were ready, willing or able, right? The only time Rory's a bit like that is when you're sitting on the can. He does kind of want to come up and have a hug while you're trying to sit on the can, which is kind of annoying. Right there, Rory. Been eating things from the garden again. I swear I've made loads of these little spiders today. These side spiders. It feels far too many for it to have been only down to this inch marker. Really does. Let's see. The only thing that my dogs have really done is they knocked my lace pillow off this table, and in landing the bobbins all kind of went as bobbins inevitably would, and a thread snapped because they knocked them off a few times before they got used to it, and as a result of that we did lose a thread, and I was trying to work out why I had a spare bobbin kind of thing, and the answer was because one thread had snapped, and so there was no longer the pairs of bobbins because one was lurking somewhere on the floor. So that's been we've had that, but we haven't really had any major dog catastrophes with knitting, weaving, cross stitch. We get in the way. We hamper. We occasionally demand hugs in the most inopportune moments, but generally we're reasonably well behaved. Dogs, of course, don't get me wrong, they've occasionally wanted to put their feet on here, their heads on it, they've occasionally licked it, but they don't generally kind of, unlike cats who would get on it and knead it because I put leather on it, or play with the strings and the ball of yarn. And that's not true, they did eat a ball of yarn. They did occasionally. They got a couple of these at one point. Now this is a part used one, so don't get too excited, but they're 500 grams of cotton, and they did get a couple of those and turn them into a nightmare. But as they're quite cheap, I didn't feel too bad. I wasn't pleased, but in the grand scale of things, yeah. Definitely had dogs who've done worse. Charlie. Charlie's the little man in my icon. Charlie was the bestest dog, but when he was a puppy, he was also the naughtiest little dog. He had a game called Of Teeth and Fur, which involved a lot of biting and growling and generally not being a good dog. I mean, he loved it, but when you've got puppy teeth, it is like having little needles. So yeah, Of Teeth and Fur was his favourite game. It's a bit like Maddie, who was a later friend of his. She enjoyed a game called Slappy Face, and that is exactly what it sounded like. She did thoroughly enjoy. I mean, you didn't do it hard. I mean, it sounded worse than it was, but you cup your hands so you'd hear like, and she loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was the best game in the world, which was a bit strange. She got all excited, and she really loved that. So Slappy Face for Maddie. Brown just sat and watched. Brown was a bit like Rory in that Brown was an accepting dog. I found Brown on a local dual carriageway, and I think Brown was just inevitably hugely grateful, so did not feel the need to push for anything, for she had food, shelter and love or in any quantity she could require, and she was happy with that. So that was a good thing. Lucy hated everybody. Fiona was weird. Fiona had been an only dog all her life and did not understand, and obviously was not socialised. So she didn't. When she arrived here and found dogs already here, I need to point out I got Fiona through Tesco, who is a food shop in the UK. As you do, go shopping for some crisps, because that was all I went in for, and basically came back with a dog. Now, it wasn't quite that simple, but it pretty much was. I asked for about the crisps, and they kind of went, oh yeah, I really like those, but they haven't had them for ages. And so there was a bit of a conversation about crisps, and I kind of went, right, better get home to the dog, and she burst into tears, and I'm like, oh shit, what have I done? And she told me that she was scared that her dog was going, her kid was going to be put in protective services, and the dog would knock him down the stairs, and it'd be like, oh, we'll keep a better eye on your kid. I mean, but basically, anyway, having lost Charlie and Brown a couple of weeks before, I was feeling a little dog-like, so I kind of said, well, here, if you want, you can take my number, and should you decide that you have to make the decision, we can discuss. We'll see what happens. I got a phone call the next morning. Bear in mind, that had been at 10 o'clock at night. I got a phone call the next morning. Pretty much the moment it was socially acceptable to ring, she phoned. And I went to meet Fiona that weekend. And the original agreement was that I would go and meet Fiona to just say hello and meet the dog. And when I got there was a bit of a chat. This is Fiona, and she really wasn't what I expected. Because I'd been told she was a German Shepherd. No, she was a collie. She was a collie. She was 100% collie, but with the wrong colour fur. So she was absolutely a collie, and she hissed like a cat. She was the funniest thing. Anyway, so I went and there were no dog toys. She had literally two belongings. One bowl, which had water in during the day and food at food time, and a lead. That was it. That was her entire belongings. And so I went to meet her, and I pat her on the head, and she was, oh, someone's paying attention to me, this is cool. And the lady and her husband went, so, because I was talking about, maybe next weekend I can, we'll meet somewhere like a park and we can meet and see what the dogs make of each other. No, take her home. Darling, you don't even know my name. She didn't even know my name. And she was giving me a dog. So I took Fiona home and she met the others and they got on alright. The next weekend she came to stay. And it was supposed to be Friday night till Sunday night. So for a couple of nights. And it ended up being Thursday till Tuesday. And I absolutely swear they were disappointed when I took her back. The following week after that, I gained a dog. So, not quite as simple as I picked a dog up in Tesco's, but pretty much. I got a dog from Tesco's. I mean, to be fair, I pretty much got Brown in a slightly similar manner, which was I'd been to Tesco's and I was driving back to where me and Trev worked, and there was a really big queue, and for a Saturday it was a bit weird, don't really get traffic jams around here, so it was a bit weird. When I got to the front, there's a dog running around the dual carriageway. Well, I've just been to Tesco's, I've got half a car full of dog food. So I got out some dog food, wave, hello, come here. Dog kind of grabbed it, what do I do now? So I've called the RSPCA. Is it injured? No. Oh, well then we won't come. Sorry, what? She's been playing chicken on the dual carriageway and you aren't going to come? No, because she's not injured. Well, what am I supposed to do with her? Okay. So I took her home while we worked out what to do with her. But, of course, went to work. Phone Trev. Trev? Yeah. Can you bring out Charlie's lead but not the dog? What? Just do it. And there was Brown. So we had a dog and we gave her up, as is basically required. So over here, as we've talked about adopting dogs before, over here it's a bit weird. So unlike America, where you can rock up to a dog shelter and go home with a dog, can't do that here. You have to spend weeks going through shenanigans. And I don't disagree with it 100%, because it is there to stop the people getting them for dog baiting. Not that it hugely works, but does slow it down a little bit. If let's say I find a dog. Hello, here's a dog, right? If I keep it, I'm entitled to keep it. I don't have to surrender it. But in an 11 months and a half time, dude can walk up to me and go, that's my dog. Right? Well, I've had it for 11 and a half months. Yeah, but it's my dog. I have to hand it over. Irrelevant of any vet bills and all the rest of it, it's their dog. They can claim it. Now, after 12 months, they can't. But basically, for a year, someone can go, that's my dog. And they almost don't have to prove that it is, which is slightly wrong. So we gave her up so that, because you give them up for 10 days while they try and find the original owner. If they do not find it in 10 days, the dog is allowed to be adopted legally, and then it will be properly yours. Now, the downside is, of course, you have to then pay the adoption fee. Even though you found it and you're going to get it back, you now have to pay the adoption fee. But that's what we did with Brown. So we gave her up. And we all missed her. So when she was up for adoption, we had her back. Lived a right old age, that one. She didn't freaking do anything. Set away. And they are everywhere. I mean, despite places like Facebook and, Craigslist and all the rest of it, kind of, allegedly, you can't do that, but, you have to be a licensed breeder over here, but of course, you can't stop them. You really, really can't. And that was one of the big problems, well, big issues I had with adopting these two, was when I got them, obviously they weren't neutered because they were only 3 months old. And when I spoke to the vet, they were like, oh yeah, we'll do them at 6 months after she's had her first season. And I'm like, I need it done before that. And they're like, no, it'll be fine. They don't normally, it's near impossible that a dog will get pregnant first time. I went, well, as a kid, we were told my dog was having a phantom pregnancy. And then a few weeks later, out came some phantoms. So I don't need to be that person. I don't want to have inbred dogs because they are actual brother and sister. They're not just similar dogs. They are actual brother and sister. So I don't need inbred dogs and the complications that can go with it. And knowing my luck, she'd end up with a litter the size of, some award-winning Guinness World Record kind of deal. So don't be needing that. Much as puppies are cute, and I would happily have puppies, don't get me wrong. Don't really want to be doing that. And I don't really need them even trying. So I got them both neutered before she had her first season. For that reason, because I really didn't need little puppies. So, yeah. But it is hard with dogs because, there was me trying to do the right thing and the vet was going, no. Well, if she'd had puppies, there's no way I was going to keep them all. So, well then what do I do with them? I either have to pay quite a fortune to hand them over to the shelter, or I sell them. Well, no offence, but if you've got a handful of vet bills from her giving birth, well, you kind of want to sell them to get your money back, because you're not going to keep them and be able to love them. Well, I mean, I'm not, the problem is like you've said, is there are far too many unscrupulous people who sell get their dogs mated and sell puppies constantly. They're not well looked after. They're not necessarily even the dogs that you're told that they are. A friend of mine fell for that. She likes to think she's quite well up on dogs, and to be fair, she is. Yeah, and you just don't need it if you can avoid it. But, as I say, my friend who's quite dog clever, 4, 5, 6, 7, she decided she wanted a dog. She wanted a cockapoo. I'm sorry, but it's a mongrel, but okay, she wanted a cockapoo. So, she found one. She paid a lot of money for it. Bear in mind, she has no money, so she paid more than a month's wages to get a cockapoo. Well, it was ill. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Had distemper, and she'd already got 2 dogs of her own. So then she had to try and keep them apart. She had to constantly take it to the vet. It nearly died. She had all the vet bills from it, and you're kind of going. And she goes, well, I should have known better when I didn't see the mother. You didn't see the mother. You, of all people, who constantly say you should never get a dog without seeing the mother, didn't see the mother. And there's a famous family around here that kind of everybody knows. And apparently, as it turned out, I think it was them. But she said the dogs hadn't been fed properly. And you're like, so why did you buy it? Why did you spend 1,500 quid on a freaking dog that you knew had not had a great care at that point? I mean, we all know that, puppies are cute and you want one. And, I mean, hell's teeth, it's, if if you handed me a puppy right here, right now, do you really think I'd say no? But it just kind of, yeah, she didn't think. But it was just one of those things, is that she of all people should know, but that dog gave her, was terrible. It was sick as a parrot, cost her an absolute fortune. She's still got it. And don't get me wrong, he isn't a bad dog. He is quite nice. He's not very well trained, but he is very nice. Or he wasn't very well trained last time I saw him. Let's put you back in here, because we don't need you now. Okay, so let me roll this up, because that's a thing. Nearly there. We are kind of bordering on inch 16 now, which is just as well, because it's nearly 11:30. But what we will do is we will do the big motif, because it doesn't take that long. We will do that, and then we will definitely have done 16 inches. Which is a good thing. been sitting on my feet again. As I said, that's the only problem with this table. It's nice and sturdy. I mean, kind of doesn't sway in the wind like the other one, but the base of it is really bad for my feet. Makes my feet go to sleep. Right. Let's do some twiddling. So we need a lot of twiddles now. Let's do the top one. put you away. Don't know whether I needed to put you in there or not, but I makes the space. I'm going to do that. So now we need to do this side. This looks confused. With a pin. Something's not quite right. I do seem to spend a lot of my time re-rolling bobbins to, even though my weaving knowledge helps in prepping a stick with string, it's still not the answer, if you know what I mean. I'm still not getting it right. Doing perns is usually a bit easier though, because they are actually a tapered shape, so it does make it a bit easier to get it right. I need all of those pairs in there. But now we get to the, I would say, fun part, but I don't think fun is the word of the day, really. It could all do with being longer, and I'm really not in the mood to lengthen them all. What I tend to do is re-roll the ones where the thread doesn't come off smoothly. So, let's do this. We need to 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2. Over, under, over, under. Under, not what I need to do. Now, meat. Nearly there, my friends, nearly there. And if by speaking I've woken you up, I apologize. We have completed the big motif. But we have, more importantly, finally made it to inch 16. So, there we go. How does that turn out? Terrible. Try that again. Oops. Try that again. A bit higher up this though. Picture. That's better. Well, to be fair, it doesn't look like I can see any immediate mistakes either. Which of course we all crafters know. The moment you look at the photo, you see 1,000 things wrong with it. Right. Well, I think I'm going to call it a day. For we have been making lace for 4 hours. Pathetic that we only got an inch done, but we did get there. We did, and it feels like a big inch. I know it sounds like a really stupid thing to say, but I swear it's a big inch. Because if you consider we were back here, and you know, it kind of feels like a big inch. But as we can see from this, I need to spend time tomorrow stabbing holes, because I need that not to be poking up. I need it to be attached to another sheet. So I need to get on with stabbing holes in sheet number 3. Move the pins down so it doesn't flap, but yeah, kind of scary really. You realise probably here, this bottom motif here is the centre of this strip, because it's not 4 full sheets, so it could even be this one. I'd have to count. Hang on, let me count them. Let me scry it a lot more. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, so that one is the centre one. So we are nearly halfway through our first strip, and we basically have been going, what? It's less than a month. So we are rapidly heading to 1/14 of the way through, which when you consider in a month we would just about well manage 1/18, we are on track for a faster produce. Obviously the sewing of it all together will take time, but that was true for the other one, and we didn't do that for the other one, so it's not like we've arguably lost anything at that point. So yeah, we are very much alive and well and kicking and doing good, I feel, because we've done more than the square. If you hang on a sec, let me turn my jumper around the right way so I can toggle back to my lace program. But no, not that one, that one. So if you're the middle, we would have done, well, we've currently done, hang on, that says it's inch 17, not 16. What the fuck? It says that was 17. It says that's line 17 now. No wonder it felt like a big inch. We're actually on 17. There we go. Let's go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It is 17 inches. Well, if you consider that if we've done 17 inches, hang on. That's 42.5 centimetres, right? Just over, but we'll go with 42.5. Well, the others were 15 centimetres wide. So that's a square and nearly a half, surely. Am I going mad? So if it was 15 inches square, I mean, obviously, we aren't taking into account the width at that point. But in terms of length and worth, bear in mind this is the same number of bobbins, so in theory it's roughly the same as the width of a triangle. If 30 centimetres would have equalled roughly a square, we're 12.5 centimetres down one side of the next half a square. So, and it's not even a month yet. It's kind of scary, really. As I said, it's a lot quicker. Weirdly, considering. But, well, I suppose there's a lot less rose ground, because rose ground takes a while. Spiders tend to go a bit faster. I wonder if I'd made it kind of a similar proportion of ground, rose ground and cloth stitch, if this would have gone slower. And I think the answer is yes. But to be honest, the ground stitch is what we wanted. It should be a curtain with some decoration on it, not some decoration with a curtain behind it. Although there's quite a lot of decorations with the spiders, to be fair. Yeah. But I must get pricking. That's going to have to haunt me. Well, thank you for coming. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow with any luck. I do occasionally randomly just take the day off because my brain won't do it. And it is bin day tomorrow, so I must do my bins tomorrow. It is. I mean, you know, we've all seen the short video memes of women who all but seem to just pick up a bobbin, wave it around a bit, and out falls like 6 inches of lace. They are not normal people. They are the fiendishly fast. It's like the world's fastest knitter. You know, normal people just look like they're standing still in comparison. Well, it is, and I think, and I do think that, I mean, part of the reason I do it is because it is time consuming, but also is because it is an art form that is easily replaceable by machinery to an extent. And it worries me. I mean, I've talked to this on stream before, but I used to do karate, and, you know, primarily, sadly, they intended to enrol a lot of children, which made the adult classes painful because you had children in them, even though they were supposed to be adult classes. Irrelevant of that. The number of children and parents who could not put a badge on their gi. And I'm not talking about putting it on straight. I'm talking about they had zero concept as to how to attach a badge to their gi. Stabbing it with a needle, putting thread through the needle and going uppy downy, so doing a running stitch, was beyond them. The basic level of any form of attachment other than maybe some glue was out of the question. They had no idea whatsoever. And we're talking 34-year-olds. I mean, how do you not know? And I found it quite alarming. It was also the same for me. The number of children who could not reach their toes. Now, for adults, I kind of get it. If you like me, do a desk job, you are prone to sitting down. You are prone to being fatter. You are prone to being less fit. You are prone to having had some life happen to you and maybe remodelling bits of you, as I have done on a few occasions. But when you are talking 7-8-year-old children who cannot remotely barely reach past their knees, how do they sit down? Now, I do know that the male pelvis is different to the female pelvis, and that as a result, women can sit bolt upright on the floor. Men cannot. they have to sit with their back curved. So I get that. But we all know grown men can do the splits. Grown men can do, thinking of ballet, gymnastics, the whole shebang, right? So for a grown man not to even remotely to be able to touch his feet, how do you put your socks on? How do you put your shoes on? Surely that gets complicated. I can still put the palms... I mean, I'm overweight. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not. I'm overweight. I can put the palms of my hands flat on the floor and have bend in my arm. Can't really breathe, but that's minor detail. I can still do it. I don't practice. I haven't left this house in months. It's not like I'm fit. So, why is it that an 7-8-year-old child cannot touch their toes? Male or female. Let alone the adults. The adults are almost like, concrete posts. Half of them, I'm surprised they can even drive. They must have to drive lying down with mirrors. They bend so little. And it's quite scary to watch how these people have lost already the knowledge of joining two pieces of fabric together to put on a bun, to mend a small hole. And, in my lifetime, it's gone from my mother used to make everything, God help us all, to now, even barely even into the before, well, some are even of almost my generation, but people barely younger than me don't know how to even remotely join two pieces of fabric together. That knowledge has almost gone in my lifetime, and this is why I love watching videos of people who do hobbies. I like collecting hobbies that do not require fancy equipment. Now, I'm a geek. I am a flat out geek. I sit in front of a computer morning, noon and night. Because, my computer is to the left of me, and it's got a big 32-inch monitor. It's state of the art. I write programs on it. I do things. I love my computer. But the other side of my hobbies, a bit like karate was, is the opposite. I do not have a dobby loom. Not even a manual dobby loom. I do not have a dobby loom. I have a draw loom, where you pull on lots of levers and it's a bit like playing a church organ. Part of me would love an electronic dobby loom, do not get me wrong. The price tag is enough to stop you with that idea, but part of me would love one. Unless you guys go mad with subs and make me the next Asmongold, I won't be getting one. I remember I was talking to my boss, because I had a different boss, but when I got my draw loom, I explained to him it cost me about £8,000. He went, Jesus Christ, and I went, well, boss, I can't afford the loom I'd really want. And he went, what do you mean? I went, well, my loom here, will cost me about £8,000, and it's the equivalent of so many shafts and so this and so wide and all the rest of it. If I was to buy an electric one that was not even a quarter as clever, you're talking £29,000. You don't pay me enough for that. And he was like, hell's teeth. And I went, I know. That buys you kind of like, 24 shafts. My draw loom can be the equivalent of, hang on, calculation in progress, Hang on. 800 in theory. And actually technically even more, because I got the unit pulls, so I can randomly yank on chunks, groups, single threads, whatever, right? You know, the nearest equivalent to that is a thing called a TC1. Its price tag is over £100,000. I have ways of doing almost the same with the loom that I got. I just have to do it myself, rather than I draw it on a program and it does all the easy work for me, and all I do is stomp, throw, bash. Well, I enjoy stomp, throw, bash, but see, we've talked about this on stream before, so we won't go into it because it is past midnight. Is that there is a difference between handmade, homemade, and professional. Handmade, like my lace. Some dude with their hands, knitted, crocheted, tatted, cross-stitched, whatever. Embroidered, the whole shebang. Homemade, you had a knitting machine, you've got a sewing machine, you've got an embroidery sewing machine. They are homemade. You were more like the driver of the car than a cyclist. Handmade is a cyclist. You have some elementary stuff, but nothing at all will happen unless you provide all the work. Homemade, made at home. A knitting machine, because no offence, a 5-year-old child can slide the handle across. The skill for that, I mean, don't get me wrong, there is a skill in it, but the skill for actually producing, you know, a metre of knitted fabric out of it is quite low. It might not be the right knitted fabric, but a knitted fabric is exceptionally low. I remember making one as a child. Quite a young child. I made a blanket. Yeah, and it's the same as having, I've got a machine here that will do embroidery. My sewing machine will do embroidery when it's in the mood, which is usually not. But it can embroider in an hour something that would take me months. Now, it can't do like French knots and all the fancy stitches, but it can embroider you a picture on a piece of cloth. It is not handmade if all I do is go to a piece of software, buy a picture, put it on a stick, ram it in the back of the machine and hit go, is it? Not really. And I feel the same about knitting machines. Now I do have a slightly greyer line for knitting machines, because quite a lot of the shaping and work needs to be done by hand. But I also had a professional knitting machine. Technically I still do, it's just the other house. Not the fancy one, because I never got mine to work because I needed someone to help me. Couldn't get one, so I had to flog it, which was really disappointing. But that one was, you design it in a piece of software, hit go, and it makes it. Which is a shame it didn't work. But I've got one that you have to provide a lot more effort yourself, but realistically is of similar variety. But that's not hand knitted. I can't claim that as hand knitted, even though I provide the power for it, a bit like a bicycle. I am not knitting each and every stitch. I just push a handle and it knows how to set all the needles, how to do all the things, because it is electric powered, so it kind of does a lot of that for you. So it goes zzz and sets everything up, and zzz sets out for the next one, zzz, and all I do is yank it backwards and forwards and change the colours every so often. So again, I personally can't call that handmade. It's a bit like hand finished. We all know that they'll do like pottery or whatever and it's hand finished. Yeah, someone put dots in the eyeballs. Kind of misrepresentation of the effort involved. I enjoy handcrafting. I enjoy spinning yarn. I don't enjoy setting up my big loom quite so much because it takes me a long time, but that's more because it takes me about a week to set it up. The actual making, I can make a tea towel size thing in about an hour. That's easy. Because it's stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash. I've done all the hard work by then. But I enjoy doing hobbies where, come the zombie apocalypse, I'm cool. I'm going to be fat come the zombie apocalypse. Because people will need me. They will need me to sew the things. They will need me to make the things. They will need me to take the wool off the sheep and make it into something. They will need me. They will need me. And I will be able to eat. The rest of the world can starve. I will be eating. Because unfortunately, not a lot. Because, well, if it takes me a month to make a jumper from, grabbing chunks of sheep to giving you the jumper, I'm not exactly going to be getting fed, but at least I'll have the promise of some food. The only thing that is kind of bad is that lace is one of the few hobbies that you can consider, you would have to say, is non-beneficial. It is purely decorative. Now, cross-stitch, embroidery, they are also decorative, but they are personalisation. They are, it is a form of sewing, so it is a kind of specialisation of sewing. Lace making is unique. It is 100% pointless. Other than the net curtain, bookmarks, but then you can make them out of anything. You can use a leaf as a bookmark, for Christ's sake. You don't need lace, right? Nobody needs lace. So with that in mind, it is one of the most pointless hobbies going. But it is something that I've always enjoyed, hobbies that are unusual, that other people wouldn't generally think to do. Out of all the people I've got to know over my 53 years of life, I don't know someone. I never met someone. None of my friends kind of came up and went, "Hey, I weave too." I've met some knitters, some crocheters, but not many. None of my actual friends knit or crochet. None of my friends spin. None of my friends do lace making. None of my friends do weaving. None of my friends do my hobby. And some of my hobbies, weaving especially, is a multi-person job in practice. Now, if Nauticelt's still around, he'll tell you and confirm that because it is a multi-person process, weavers have come up with some curious thoughts and manners to allow them to do a multi-person job by themselves. One of which I explained to Nauticelt. And he was like, "Oh my god, that's genius." Because it is, frankly, because, well, you've got to remember, computer programming was a spin-off from weaving. I do it every single time by myself. Because you can. It's just not as easy to do. That's why it takes me a week. So it takes me quite a long time, and I mean really quite a long time, to count out all the threads to make my warp. Depending on which loom I'm looming on, and it's generally my big one now, my big one's easier, frankly. I know it's going to sound ironic. It's easier because I had a, what's the name of it? Sectional beam for my slightly smaller loom. And I bought one for this one because, well, there are some really good advantages to having a sectional beam. Now, they're not sectional as in they spin round independently, which is what my brain originally thought. They are, because they always bang on about how it's great tension and all the rest of it. No. They are singular beams with basically, for want of a better description, nails or loops sticking out of them, and the threads sit between the loops. What it does mean is your threads can't wander, and instead of having to put 50,000 sticks or bits of paper in, you just wind it round and round and round, which is a bit weird, but you do, and it works. Because you kind of fill the area with threads so they can't slip through each other, so you don't have to put any sticks in. I have not put the sectional on my big loom because frankly there isn't enough fucking room to get anything to line up to feed the sectional behind it, because there just ain't. It's the size of a Land Rover, for Christ's sake, and my dining room is not much bigger, so there's room for my fat butt at the front of it and behind it, and that's about it. I had standing room only at the back and barely room to sit, and I can just about swivel on a swivel stool in the front of it. There is not a lot of room in my dining room, so let's not be pretending that that's not a thing. I did originally consider doing it at a diagonal to make more room behind it, by the way, I'm not stupid. However, I chose not to put my sectional on. So what I do, of course, is I get on my warp. So for a sectional beam, you make 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch bouts and wind it on, and then wind on the next one and wind on the next one. When you don't, you have to make all of the bouts before you start. So if you're making a 30 inch wide thing, you have to make all of the 30 inches of worth of width of warp before you start. Which basically means you have already measured out half the work before you even get to put it on your loom. Because if you're doing under-ovary, that's how it works. You then chain it off, crochet style, and you chuck it over your back beam, and you hang water bottles from it. This is the bit that I was explaining to Naughty Cat. You hang water bottles from it to give it weight, to simulate the people hanging onto it that you would normally have had in a real environment. You then crank the bottles of water from the floor to near the top beam, and inserting chunks of wood as you go. And then when you get the warp bottles to the top, you go and put them back at the bottom, and you start over again until you run out of warp. The current warp I've got on my loom was nearly 30 metres. I did that by myself, and it's really dense. I mean real fucking dense. I think it was 18 ends per inch. So with 8/4 cotton, so it's far too dense, which is why the details are too dense. Anyway, before the adverts hit, I'm going to leave you for tonight, and I hopefully will be back tomorrow. I generally start about 7, but I allow myself till nearly 8, in case of forgetting to do tea and stuff. Do join the Discord. You can get updates if I'm going to be late or give up. But I shall see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.